Hello everybody, my name is Eric B. Jones, also known as BrightShine. Right here in the city of Memphis, is in the county sheriff state of Tennessee. Day is early, Monday morning, September the 7th, 2020, time 4:51 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my supporters for your continued care and support. I'm continuing to keep myself employed right here in Memphis, trying to stay here. I continue to further my education. I'm work out online. I continue to pursue my social degree, studying being administrative, concentrating mark. At the present time, take a break and go to school, but in the very near future, I will be going back to Monroe College online to continue to pursue my social degree, studying being administration, concentration, and mark. And know that today, well, like I said, it's early Monday morning, September the 7th, 2020. This is Labor Day, and hope everybody have a happy, and safe Labor Day. Now, excuse me, anti-gang. The United States Department of Justice. Anti-gang. So, no matter what no damn sorority and fraternity try to do on the street, going around lying, the United States Department of Justice, all those men and women working at the United States Department of Justice, and all of the branches of the federal government, that's the United States Department of Justice, anti-gang, the Office of Juvenile Justice Links Prevention, and the Bureau of Justice Assistance, the Office of Justice Programs, the Center for Disease Control, Prevention of Gang Membership. That's the federal government. If one department of the Justice Department say anti-gang, the whole damn federal government and the whole United States of America anti-gang. So don't no damn sorority and fraternity have the right to be going around on the street trying to tell other people, talking about the Constitution. Hell, the other people at the Justice Department know more about the Constitution than you punks. The United States Department of Justice said anti-gang. Now, these are just a few of the free logo design websites that you can go to to make anti-gang logo. Now, remember these words: coercion, sexual coercion, psychological manipulation, psychological abuse. Now, now this weekend, I had an opportunity. I had to work Saturday, and but Sunday I had the opportunity to be off on Sunday, so make my video, and I'm gonna continue to protest and speak out. I'm gonna continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke. Mr. Sam Cooke, his family, Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke. At the time was married to Mr. Sam Cooke. At the time his murder, and Mr. Sam Cooke and Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke, as you know, had two beautiful little daughters who were little girls at the time. Mr. Sam Cooke's murder, Linda and Tracy, who are now adults. Now, and Mr. Sam Cooke's mother and father at the time of his murder was still alive, and his sister and brothers, and all his nieces and nephews. Excuse me. And all the children and grandchildren, and Mr. Sam Cooke's friends, many of his friends, close friends like Mr. Lou Rawls and from Chicago, and go all the way back to Chicago, growed up together, and and the Highway QC. Mr. Sam Cook is an original member of the Highway QC, and Mr. Johnny Taylor, prodigy of Mr. Sam Cook, and all the other artists on the Sorry Records label, the Soul Stirrers and family and their families, and Mr. J.J. Farley and Mr. S.R. Crane and Mr. Paul Foster and the soul, Mr. R.H. Harris and all the Soul Stirrers and it's just not right. And so I'm going to continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam. And now let me say this. Excuse me. I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cook's autopsy. The coroner's inquest, the coroner's report, the inquest that they had from Celebrity Archive for $25. And those are official court papers. That's the official court paper, because you had a coroner from the state of California. You had a district attorney, Mr. Barilla, as well as Miss Barbara Campbell Cook's attorney, Mr. Maycheck. But again, these are official court documents. To make that perfectly clear, this is the state of California, as well as when you go into a federal court. You know what I'm saying? The state of California is a state in the Union, the United States government. Excuse me. So like I said, that coroner's inquest, that is the official court documents. Now you had individuals like the coroner who didn't do what's right in the position, the Mr. Barilla, the district attorney didn't do what's right. Mr. Maycheck, as if ineffective assistant counsel, and the people in the police department. Matter of fact, for example, Officer Thomas, F.L. Thomas, the investigative officer, claiming that on the witness stand, saying that it was justifiable homicide, which is first-degree murder. Now, I want to say capital murder, but in a court of law, civil court, criminal court, you're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Now, I want to make sure that, not what they court pay, we don't, systemic racism. These are issues that get raised in a court of law, that you are presenting in a court of law. For example, ineffective assistant counsel. Of course, that's the court, the Supreme Court did that. You're supposed to raise these issues, ineffective assistant counsel and systemic racism. You're supposed to bring these issues up. And victims of crime. We live in a day and time where the victims of crime are not being overlooked. And let me get these court documents. Now, okay. Now, I'm gonna do my Periscope video. Not gonna be long. Then I'm gonna do my Instagram. Then I'm gonna do my Facebook Live. And so then I'm going to more, spend more time on my Facebook Live. But like I said, I'm starting my video. And the reason why I do it, see, Mr. Sam Cook, at the time, his wife, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, she's still alive. As well as their two beautiful daughters, Linda and Tracy. They still alive, including the grandchildren and all the children and grand, as well as Mr. Sam Cook's nieces and nephews. They all alive. So when I say I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cook's autopsy, the official document from Celebrity Archive for $25. See, if anybody try to come behind me, it's, you understand? See, official, it comes in the mail for $25 from Celebrity Archive. You know, the court papers, that's public knowledge. So it's not a secret, you know what I mean? You know, the public, like I said, in the law it says the public has a right to know. It's public knowledge. But like I say, I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cook. These court documents, these are official court documents from Celebrity Archive for $25. Now, this is the verdict of the coroner's jury. The state of California. Like I said, these are official court documents. The Criminal Court of Appeals, the state of California, as well as the state Supreme Court, and also the United States, Supreme Court, and the federal court, because the state of California is a state in the United States of America. The federal court has jurisdiction. They can step in at any time. The state of California, County of Los Angeles, in the matter of the inquisition upon the body of Sam Cook, deceased, before the coroner of the County of Los Angeles. We, the jury, summoned to appear before the coroner of Los Angeles County at room 150, Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California, on the 16th day of December 18, 1964, to inquire into the cause of the death of Sam Cook. Having been duly sworn according to law, and having made such inquisition, and hearing the testimony adduced upon our oath, each and all do say that we find that the deceased was named Sam Cook, a male, married, native of Mississippi, aged about 33 years, and that he came to his death on the 11th day of December 1964 at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles County, California, and that this death was caused by a gunshot wound of chest, perforating the heart and both lungs with massive hemorrhage. inflicted by a gun in the hands of Bertha Franklin at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, California, after the deceased had made forcible entry in front of the testimony introduced this time. We find this death to be justifiable homicide committed by the said Bertha Franklin protection of life and property, all of which we duly certified by this Inquisition writing by us signed in 16th day of December 1964. Now we know that's a lie now because I've been going over these court documents, and based on the evidence, we're gonna go into more detail. Briefly summarizing, and let me about the gunshot wound. Now, as we've been going over this, the court documents, Mr. Sam Cooke, like it just said, had gunshot wound to both lungs and his heart. Use your common sense. Use your common sense now. Don't get me upset. You don't want to get Eric upset with your foolishness. Use your common sense now. One bullet, not a gunshot, not a shotgun shell. A revolver, a wrong 22 revolver, one bullet hit Mr. Sam Cooke in his left side. His left side. You can't hit both lungs and the heart with one bullet from the front and from the back. Mr. Sam Cooke was shot from his left side. The bullet entered his left side, hit the left lung, hit the heart, and hit his right lung. The coroner, they recovered the bullet. They killed Mr. Sam Cooke. They recovered the bullet from his body. That bullet, as you know, the field house nigga, Bertha Lee Franklin, she shot 2 more bullets, trying to be a smart ass. And so this is the coroner schematic diagram of the bullet. That when Mr. Sam Cooke was shot and killed, it entered from the left side, hit the lung, left lung, hit the heart, then hit the right lung. So like I said, use your common sense now. Mr. Sam Cooke was murdered. He was shot and killed. One bullet from the left side. Hit the left lung, then hit the heart, then hit the right lung, and as you can see, they recovered the bullet that killed Mr. Sam Cooke in his body. So as you can see, Mr. Sam Cooke was unjustly murdered. That's not no justifiable homicide. So I don't want Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke to worry about it, to feel like because the time that has passed, like I've been saying, it's a crime that's been committed, and it wasn't no justifiable homicide. It's first degree murder. And I want to say capital murder. But like I said, based on the evidence, you go into a civil court, criminal court, you innocent until proven guilty, based on the evidence. Now based on the evidence that we have, Mr. Sam Cooke there was gunpowder residue on the sports jacket that Mr. Sam Cooke was wearing at the time of his murder. There was gunpowder residue at the entrance of the bullet that killed Mr. Sam Cooke. The gun was so close to Mr. Sam Cooke that it left gunpowder residue. And then the person who shot and killed Mr. Sam Cooke, this field house nigga named Bertha Lee Franklin, was so close that the blood splattered. You understand? I know Mr. Sam Cooke had a sport jacket on, but still, blood coming from the left side. There was blood splatter on the clothing that Bertha Franklin was wearing. You understand? You have to use your common sense now. Mr. Sam Cooke got shot on the left side, so at the time of his murder, when he got shot and killed, there'll be blood splatter. If the blood splatter not on the wall, and you that close to Mr. Sam Cooke, then the blood splatter gonna be on your clothes. There's gunpowder residue on Mr. Sam Cooke's sports jacket. That means the gun was so close to his side that it left no gunpowder residue. You understand? And that's not no damn justifiable homicide. You that damn close to anybody with a firearm, that's murder. That's murder. Ain't no justifiable homicide. Then we gotta go all the way back to all the sequence of events. How you end up with a gun, and how you get that close to Mr. Sam Cooke anyway? See, we gotta go through all that. We gotta answer all these questions. And I done been over it. The Barbara Campbell Cook, we done went over it. We done went all through the door and all through that. All the way back to what's the name of the damn bar? Mediterranean bar, or whatever that bar is. We have to go all the way back over there. But like I said, I'm gonna do my Periscope video. Then I'm gonna do my Instagram. But before I go to Periscope, we're gonna talk about victims' rights, and then we're gonna come back on my Facebook Live. We're gonna go into a little more detail. But when it comes to the murder scene, I don't want Lyndon Tracy and Ms. Barbara to be apprehensive about going into the court of law. See, we live in a day and time where the victims of crime have rights. The victims, the crime victims advocate. The crime victims advocate. Most states have passed victim rights laws. The state of California most likely have passed victim rights law, but the federal court, the federal government has victims' rights. But when it comes to victim rights are legal rights afforded. Now, make sure you hear that now. Victim rights are legal. It's not just based on emotion and feelings. This is law. Victims' rights are legal rights afforded to victims of crime. So Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook has rights. Mr. Sam Cooke is a victim of a crime. Linda and Tracy, the nieces and the nephews, victims' rights are legal rights afforded to victims of crime. These may include the right to restitution, the right to a victim's advocate, the right not to be excluded from criminal justice proceedings. That's the reason why I've been going over these court papers. Because see, when you deal with the district attorney, not saying that in this day and time that the district attorney will do what people in the past have done, but still, that don't mean that Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook can't have interaction with the district attorney about the law. It's a possibility that Barbara Campbell Cook could have went to school over these years and got her degree, and could be sitting right there in front of the district attorney talking law. Linda and Tracy could have went to school They graduated from school, even though their father was murdered. They could have went to college and possibly went to college and got a degree in the law. They could be sitting right there in front of the district attorney, in front of the judge, trying to get justice for their father, Mr. Sam Cooke, as well as the nieces and nephews. See, when you be involved in a criminal court proceeding, you don't just have to sit there and listen, and you can interact. You can talk about the law as well. You understand? You don't have to sit there and just say, well, the district attorney, too much time. We have rights. Victims' rights. You don't talk to people this way. Now, the crime victims' rights movement in the United States found on the idea that during the late modern period, 1897, the American justice system strayed too far from its victim-centric origins. And since the 1970s, the movement has worked to give victims a more meaningful role in criminal proceedings, aiming at the inclusion of an individual victim as a legally recognized participant with rights, interests, and a voice. Now, this is very important. See, this is a case law, just like the Miranda is a case law. When you talk about your Miranda rights, everyone in the United States has Miranda rights. It's a court case. And this is also a court case about victims' rights. Let me see here. Now, during the colonial, let me read this on Wikipedia now. During the colonial revolution period, the United States criminal justice system was victim-centric, and that crimes were often investigated and prosecuted by individual victims. In the 19th and early 20th century, however, the focus shifted so that crime was seen primarily as a social harm. The criminal justice system came to be seen as a tool for remedying this social harm rather than an avenue for redress of personal harm, and the role of the victim in criminal proceedings was drastically reduced. Now, the modern crime victim rights movement began in the 1970s. It began in part as a response to the 1973 U.S. Supreme Court decision in Linda R.S. versus Richard D. In Linda R.S., the court ruled that the complainant did not have the legal standings to keep the prosecutor's office from discriminatingly applying a statute criminalizing non-payment of child support. In dicta, the court articulated the then prevailing view that a crime victim cannot compel a criminal prosecution because a private citizen lacks a judicially cognizable interest in the prosecution or non-prosecution of another. This ruling served as a high water mark in the shift away from the victim-centric approach to criminal justice, making it clear that victims in the 1970s had no formal legal status beyond that of a witness or piece of evidence. If the Linda R.S. ruling was a clear representation of the problem of victim exclusion, it also hinted at a solution to the problem. The court stated that Congress could enact statutes creating victims' rights, the invasion of which creates standing even though no injury would exist without the statute. With this statement, the court provided a legal foundation for victims' rights legislation. And then, of course, you had, along with this legal development, there was a concurrent growth in social consciousness about victims' rights. This was due in part to the fact that concern for fair treatment of victims provided a nexus between disparate but powerful social movements, the law and order movement, the civil rights movement, and the feminist movement, and so on and so forth. Now let me scroll down here. And then in 1982, you had President Ronald Reagan Task Force on Victims of Crime. Now you have victims' rights legislation, and since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights, and all states have passed victims' rights legislation. You hear that? All states. Now let me read that again. Let me read that again. Since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights, and all states have passed victims' rights legislation. That same year, Congress passed the first piece of federal crime victims' rights legislation, the Victim and Witness Protection Act. In 1984, the Victims of Crime Act was passed. A decade later, in 1994, the Violence Against Women's Act became law. In 2004, the landmark Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed, granting crime victims 8 specific rights and providing standing for individual victims to assert those rights in court. You have federal law, the Victims of Crime Act. The Victims of Crime Act established the Crime Victims Fund, which awards grants to Crime Victim Compensation Program, Victim Notification System, and Victim Assistance Program. The fund is financed by offender fees. Then you have the Crime Victims' Rights Act of 2004. Part of Justice for All Act of 2004 enumerates the rights afforded to victims of federal crime cases. The act grants victims the following rights: the right to protection from the accused, the right to notification, the right not to be excluded from proceeding, the right to speak at criminal justice proceeding, the right to consult with the prosecuting attorney, the right to restitution, the right to a proceeding free from unreasonable delay, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the victim's dignity and privacy. It said the Crime Victims' Rights Act was named for Scott Campbell, Stephanie Roper, Wendy Preston, Luana Gillis, and Neela Lynn, murder victims whose families were denied some or all of the rights granted by the act in the course of their cases. Now, when it comes to state law, all states have passed legislation that protect the rights of victims of crime, and most have passed constitutional amendments that afford protection of crime victims. Some state laws apply to only victims of felony offenses, while other states also extend the rights to victims of less serious misdemeanor offenses. When the victim is a minor, disabled, or deceased, some states permit family members to exercise rights on behalf of the victim. Common state law protections include the right to be treated with dignity and respect, the right to be informed about the prosecution, plea of offense, court proceedings, and sentencing, the right to make a statement in court at the time of sentencing, the right to protection, the right to seek compensation from the state victims' rights fund, the right to restitution from the offender, the right to return of personal property, and the right to be informed of parole proceedings on release from incarceration, and the right to make a statement to the parole board, the right to enforcement of victims' rights. Now, it says many prosecuting attorneys often have a victim's rights officer or multiple employees who assist victims of crime during and after prosecution. A crime victim who is seeking compensation or restitution should submit a timely claim for compensation to the probation department or prosecuting attorney along with documentation in support of the claim, in order to ensure that the amounts are included in a restitution order when the defendant is sentenced. And then you also have some U.S. Victims' Rights Organization, the National Crime Victim Law Institute, the National Alliance of Victims' Rights Attorneys, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, the National Center for Victims of Crime, and also RISE. And let me say this about the United Nations. Because see, this is a worldwide thing. This is not just United. This is around the world. The United Nations. In 1985, the United Nations adopted the Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power, which outlines international best practices for treatment of crime victims. The report recognizes an offender's obligation to make fair restitution to his or her victim, acknowledges that victims are entitled to fair treatment and access to the mechanisms of justice, and generally draws attention to the need for victims' rights in the criminal justice process. Other United Nations provisions that touch on victims' rights include: number 1, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It says the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights has been ratified by 172 nations, including the United States, Canada, Russia, and France, and includes the following provisions related to victims' rights: rights to be protected from harm, which impose obligation on governments to have effective criminal justice system; rights to be recognized by and treated equally before the law; a right of non-discrimination; rights to remember and to access to justice; due process rights. So that's victim rights. So now let's go to my Periscope video, and then I'm gonna do my Instagram video, and then I'm gonna do my Facebook Live. So let's go there. And like I said, it's gonna be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. It's gonna be justice in the court, civil court, criminal court. It's gonna be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke, all the family, well as friends, fans. It's gonna be justice in the civil and criminal court, guaranteed. Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also on the BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, State of Tennessee. Today's date is early Monday morning, September the 7th, 2020. The time 5:30 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support, for continue to support. Anti-gang, and that's right. The United States Department of Justice said anti-gang. Don't no damn sorority and fraternity get away with going around in the community and out on the street trying to tell other persons about no damn constitution. The men and women that are working at the United States Department of Justice, they got way more education. Been around way long you have. Bachelor degree, master degree, PhD. The United States Department of Justice said anti-gang. And then don't forget the United Nations, the International Declaration of Human Rights. See, that occult literature is wrong. It's wrong. You be going around lying. You be going around lying. And see, you instigate and you provoke other people. You instigate and you provoke other people. Always put God first. Always put God first. Always. Always give thanks to God for all the blessings and the guidance that He provides us always. Now, these are just a few of the free logo design websites you go to make anti-gang logo. See, the United States Department of Justice, the GREAT program, gang resistant education training, the Center for Disease Control, preventing gang membership. See, the whole United States government, the federal as well as state. See, when the federal government say anti-gang, this is the United States of America. It applies. It applies federal, state, and local. That's the law. They say anti-gang. God damn it, that's what it means. Anti-gang. Now remember these words: coercion, sexual coercion, psychological coercion, psychological manipulation, psychological abuse. Now, this weekend I had to work on Saturday, so I'm gonna do my Periscope first. Do my Periscope video first. My YouTube channel is recorded, and then I'm gonna do my Instagram video. And then after I do my Instagram video, I'm gonna do my Facebook Live. I'm gonna spend more time and go into detail. But I want to say this: I'm gonna continue to protest. I'm gonna continue to speak out. I'm gonna continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke, who was unjustly murdered by a field house nigga named Bertha Lee Franklin. And there was some criminals in this coroner's inquest. Now that's a court. The people in the court who were there, the coroner, that's the state of California. So these are official court documents. Now I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's autopsy, the coroner's inquest. Those are official court documents. Official court documents from Celebrity Archive for $25. Now, like I said, these are this is the official court documents. The coroner representing the state of California, the district attorney, Mr. Barilla, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook's attorney at the time, Mr. Maycheck, ineffective assistant counsel. Now, the verdict of the coroner's jury, the state of California, the county of Los Angeles, in the matter of the inquisition upon the body of Sam Cooke, deceased, before the coroner of the county of Los Angeles. Official court document. We, jurors, summoned to appear before the coroner of Los Angeles County at room 150, Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California, on the 16th day of December AD 1964 to inquire into the cause of the death of Sam Cooke. Having been duly sworn according to law and having made such inquisition and hearing the testimony adduced upon our oath, each and all do say that we find that the deceased was named Sam Cooke, a male married native of Mississippi, aged about 33 years, and that he came to his death on the 11th day of December 1964 at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles County, California, that this death was caused by a gunshot wound of chest perforating the heart and both lungs, with massive hemorrhage inflicted by a gun in the hands of Bertha Franklin at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, California. After the deceased had made forcible entry from the testimony introduced at the time, we find this death to be justifiable homicide committed by the said Bertha Franklin in protection of life and property. All of which we duly certified by this inquisition and writing by us signed this 16th day, December 1964. And there was no justifiable homicide. Based on the evidence, it's first degree murder. I want to say capital murder. In a court of law, civil law, in a court of law, in civil court, criminal court, you're innocent till proven guilty. Based on the evidence, you're innocent till proven guilty. I won't say capital murder, but evidence. First degree murder. Oh yeah, guilty. The field house nigga, Bertha Lee Franklin, guilty. First degree murder. Now, with the art diagram. Now, like it says, Mr. Sam Cooke had a gunshot wound to the chest. Now, with one bullet, the gun that was used is a revolver, a Roman 22 revolver. One bullet. Now, you can't get no gun, you can't hit two lungs in the heart with one bullet from the back and from the front. Use your common sense. Use your common sense. Now, no. Mr. Sam Cooke had a gunshot wound to both lungs and his heart. We're not talking about a shotgun shit. We're talking about a Roman 22 revolver, one bullet. Mr. Sam Cooke was hit from the side, his left side. At the time of Mr. Sam Cooke's death, he had that sports jacket on, the sports coat, gunpowder residue on the entrance, on the left side. Gunpowder residue, based on the evidence, gunpowder residue on the sports coat at close range. Think about an inch at close range, right up on his chest. The field house nigga Bertha Lee Franklin took the gun and put it right there on his chest, on this side, and pulled the trigger. Shot and killed Mr. Sam Cooke. Then had the nerve to shoot two more bullets. gunpowder residue on the Mr. Sam Cooke sports jacket. Now you that close, somebody gets shot, blood splatter. Based on the location of Mr. Sam Cooke's body at the time of his death, when he was shot and killed. Now, if the person who shot Mr. Sam Cooke was that close to Mr. Sam Cooke, that you put a gun to his side and pull the trigger and shoot and kill him, the blood splatter gonna be on your clothing, and possibly the gunpowder residue, because you just that close. But the blood splatter, the blood gonna be coming from Mr. Sam Cooke's left side, because that's where he was shot. He got a gunshot wound on his left side. Then you have blood on his left side. Now we already talked about the pictures that were taken. Picture number 5 shows Mr. Sam Cooke's body at the time of his death. Mr. Sam Cooke was not standing, he was on his knees. He was down on his knees. And he died instantly. And so like I say, Mr. Sam Cooke was murdered. It was not no justifiable homicide. The evidence is overwhelming. First degree murder. Like I say, I want to say capital murder. And the reason why I say this is this. You know, when you charge someone in a court of law, civil court, criminal, based on the evidence, you know, you have to meet the criteria. There's a criteria for second degree, first degree, manslaughter, and so on and so forth. Any crime, no matter what. When you go into a court of law, there's a court of law. Everybody got rights. Everybody got rights. So based on the criteria, you understand, based on the evidence, you can't go into a court of law always, you know, based on just your emotion and feelings. You have to have evidence. You have to have evidence. Now, like I say, I can prove it. First degree murder, beyond a shadow of a doubt, you're guilty. This field house nigga Berkeley Lee Franklin is guilty. Guilty. Based on the evidence. Guilty. Beyond, ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Ain't no guilty. Now, like I said, I want to say capital murder. I want to say the highest, whatever the highest level of to charge Berkeley Lee Franklin, the death penalty, and so on and so forth. based on the evidence. But like I said, first degree murder, there ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about that. She guilty. This field house nigga guilty. Now let me, before I go to my Instagram. Like I said, Mr. Sam Cooke at the time was married. You know, he's a businessman, owned his own business, saw records, and so on. I mean, he's a pretty successful man. Had accomplished a lot in life. To be a young man, you understand? To be a young man, to lose his life at the age of 33 in such a way. I mean, you know, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Totally unjustifiable. And a man who stood for what was right. And not gonna just sit idly by and all night seek justice in a court of law, civil court, criminal court. It's gonna be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke as well as for all the family. At the time that Sam Cooke, his mother and father were still alive. His brothers and sister and brothers were still alive. You understand? Time has passed, you know, and all his nieces and nephews, and Mr. Sam Cooke's wife, Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke, still alive. You know, it's sad that you have to say things like that, but I mean, it's a crime. These people are criminals. At the time Mr. Sam Cooke's murdered, you understand, the United States of America was still trying to deal with racism and prejudice and bias and discrimination, all this. The oppression of African people of sub-Saharan African descent, Niger, Congo, and being oppressed by people of European lineage, and it's wrong what was done to Mr. Sam Cooke, as well as to his wife, Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke, and to their two beautiful daughters, Linda and Tracy, as well as all the children and grandchildren. And we have a court of law, and there's an avenue of redress, the court, the civil and criminal. We know we live in a day and time with victims' rights. And I don't want Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke. I don't want none of the nieces and nephews, none of the children and grandchildren to feel that there's nothing that can be done. Oh yeah, there's something to be done. That's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I'm making it clear. Bertha Lee Franklin didn't get away with the wrong she done, as well as them criminals in the court in that inquest. They didn't get away with it because of victims' rights. Excuse me. Now, victims' rights are legal rights. Now, don't forget that now. Pay attention. Victims' rights are legal rights afforded to victims of crime. You didn't get away with it. These may include the right to restitution, the right to a victim's advocate, the right not to be excluded from criminal justice proceedings, and the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings. So don't think that you got away with it. Now, a little time had passed, you didn't get away with it. Systemic racism, the issue that would be raised in a court of law, what they just said, criminal court proceedings. Now read on. In the United States, the crime victims' right movement in the United States founded on the idea that during the late modern period, the 1800s to the 1970s, the American justice system strayed too far from its victim-centric origins. Since the 1970s, the movement has worked to give victims a more meaningful role in criminal proceedings, aiming at the inclusion of the individual victim as a legally recognized participant with rights, interests, and voice. Now pay attention, because this is very important. Just like the Miranda rights, the Miranda is a court case, and this is also a court case. During the colonial and revolutionary period, the United States criminal justice system was victim-centered, and that crimes were often investigated and prosecuted by individual victims in the 19th and early 20th century. However, the focus shifted so that crime was seen primarily as a social harm. The criminal justice system came to be seen as a tool for remedying this social harm, rather than an avenue for redress of personal harm, and the role of the victim in criminal proceedings was drastically reduced. The modern crime victim rights movement began in the 1970s. Pay attention. Just like the Miranda rights, the Miranda is a court case. This is also a court case. The modern crime victim rights movement began in 1970s. It began in part as a response to the 1973 United States Supreme Court decision in Linda R.S. versus Richard D. In Linda R.S., the court ruled that the complainant did not have the legal standing to keep the prosecutor's office from discriminatingly applying a statute criminalizing non-payment of child support. In dicta, the court articulated the then prevailing view that a crime victim cannot compel a criminal prosecution because a private citizen lacks a judicially cognizable interest in the prosecution or non-prosecution of another. This ruling served as a high watermark in the shift away from the victim-centric approach to criminal justice, making it clear that victims in the 1970s had no formal legal standing beyond that of a witness or piece of evidence. If the Linda R.S. rule was a clear representation of the problem of victim exclusion, it also hinted at a solution to the problem. Pay attention. The court stated that Congress could enact statutes creating victims' rights, the invasion of which creates standing even though no injury would exist without the statute. With this statement, the court provided a legal foundation for victims' rights legislation. Pay attention. Along with these legal developments, there was a concurrent growth in social consciousness about victims' rights. This was due in part to the fact that concern for the fair treatment of victims provided a nexus between disparate but powerful social movements, the law and order movement, the civil rights movement, and the feminist movement, all challenged the criminal justice system to think more carefully about the role of the victim in criminal proceedings. Supporters of these causes helped form the grassroots foundation of the modern victims' rights movement, providing educational resources and legal assistance and establishing the country's first hotlines and shelters for victims of crime. In 1982, President Ronald Reagan Task Force on Victims of Crime released its final report which detailed the concerns of victim rights advocates, claiming that the innocent victims of crime have been overlooked, their pleas for justice have gone unheeded, and their wounds, personal, emotional, financial, have gone unattended. The report contains 68 recommendations for service providers and government officials, many of which are mandated through victims' rights legislation today. The report included recommendations for a victims' rights amendment to the United States Constitution. Now, in the decades that followed, proponents of victims' rights experienced substantial legislation that today the victims' rights movement continues to promote legislation that guarantees substantial rights for victims and provides procedural mechanisms to effectively enforce those rights. Victims' rights organizations also do ground-level advocacy, providing individual victims with legal guidance and support, and educate future legal professionals on issues related to victims' rights. Victims' rights legislation. Since 1982, listen to this, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights. Now pay attention. This is the reason why you ain't get away with it. The state of California, pay attention. All states have passed victims' rights legislation. So Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook the nieces and nephews, the children, Linda and Tracy, all the grandchildren, friends, fans. Mr. Sam Cooke gonna get justice in a court of law, civil court and criminal court. You ain't get away with it. And those individuals who was like the coroner and who had a position, a job, working for the state, and so on, so the district attorney, so you ain't get away with it. Mr. Maycheck, he ain't get away with it. He ain't get away with it. Victims' rights. All states have passed victims' rights legislation. That same year, Congress passed the first piece of federal crime victims' rights legislation, the Victim and Witness Protection Act. 1984, the Victims of Crime Act was passed. A decade later, in 1994, the Violence Against Women Act became law. In 2004, the landmark Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed, granting crime victims 8 specific rights and providing standing for individual victims to assert those rights in courts. Federal law, Victims of Crime Act, established a Crime Victims Fund, which awards grants to crime victim compensation programs, victim notification, and victim assistance program. The fund is financed by offender fees. Crime Victims' Rights Act of 2004, part of the Justice for All Act 2000, enumeration of rights afforded to victims and crime in federal criminal case. The act grants victims the following right: the right to protection from the accused, the right to notification, the right not to be excluded from proceeding, the right to speak in criminal justice proceedings, the right to consult with the prosecuting attorney, the right to restitution, the right to proceeding free from unreasonable delay, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the victim's dignity and privacy. The Crime Victims' Rights Act was named for Scott Campbell, Stephanie Rowe, Wendy Preston, Lou Arnold Gillis, and Neela Lynn, murder victims whose families were denied some or all of the rights granted by the act in the course of their case. Now let's go to state law. All states have passed legislation that protect the rights of victims of crime. So the state of California, in the Sam Cooke case, they didn't get away with it. They didn't get away with it. And most have passed constitutional amendments that afforded protection to crime victims. Some state laws apply to only victims of felony offenses, while other states also extend rights to victims of less serious misdemeanor offenses. When a victim is a minor, disabled, or deceased, some states permit family members to exercise rights on behalf of the victim. Common state law protections include the right to be treated with dignity and respect, the right to be informed about the prosecution, the plea offerings, the court proceedings. See, this is the reason why when I be talking about the law, the issues to be raised in a court, if the Court of Appeals, the state Supreme Court, even the federal court, you have the right to be in the court proceedings and sentencing, the right to make a statement in court at the time of the right to protection, the right to seek compensation from a state victims' rights fund, the right to restitution from the offender. I'm telling you now, you ain't getting away with it. The right to return of personal property, and the right to be informed of parole proceedings or release from incarceration, and the right to make a statement to the parole board, the right to enforcement of victims' rights. What they say again? The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Many prosecuting attorneys often have a victims' rights officer or multiple employees who assist victims of crime during and after a prosecution. A crime victim who is seeking compensation or restitution should submit a timely claim for compensation to the probation department or prosecuting attorney, along with documentation in support of the claim, in order to ensure that the amounts are included in a restitution order when the defendant is sentenced. Now you have organizations. The United States Victims' Rights Organization, National Crime Victim Law Institute. That's one organization. The National Alliance of Victims' Rights Attorneys. And the National Organization for Victim Assistance. And also the National Center for Victims of Crime. And also another organization, RISE. Now let's go to the United Nations. Let me read this before I go to Instagram. The United Nations also. See, this is around the world. This is a worldwide victims' rights. In 1985, the United Nations adopted the Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power, which outlines international best practice for treatment of crime victims. The report recognizes an offender's obligation to make fair restitution to his or her victim, acknowledges that victims are entitled to fair treatment and access to the mechanisms of justice, and generally draws attention to the need for victims' rights in the criminal justice process. Other United Nations provisions that touch on victim rights include: number 1, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights; number 2, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women; and number 3, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. We see the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights has been ratified by 172 nations, including the United States, Canada, Russia, and France. It includes the following provisions related to victims' rights: rights to be protected from harm, which impose obligation on governments to have effective criminal justice system; rights to be recognized by and treated equally before the law; a right of non-discrimination; rights to a remedy and to access to justice; due process rights, and so on and so forth. So, Mr. Sam Cooke, the state of California, the crime was committed in the state of California. All states have passed victims' rights legislation. All states. It's going to be justice in the courtroom, in the civil and criminal court for Mr. Sam Cooke. It's a guarantee. Now, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna go to my Instagram. Then I have to do my Instagram. I ain't gonna be on. After I do my Instagram, I'm gonna do my Facebook Live. So let's go. Now these are just a few of the free logo design websites that you can go to make anti-gang logo. Now, I'm gonna get ready to end my Periscope video, and like I said, the United States Department of Justice say anti-gang. The United States Department of Justice say anti-gang, and when you say anti-gang in the Department of Justice, it's the United States of America. All the federal government, anti-gang, nothing, irregardless of what an individual, may do. The federal government, the United States Department of Justice, saying anti-gang. That includes the Center for Disease Control, preventing gang membership, and the Office of Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention. The Comprehensive Anti-Gang, the Comprehensive Gang Law, and so on and so forth. The United States Department just say anti-hazing. That hazing is a crime. See, there are men and women that work in the United States Department. They got way more education and they know way more about the Constitution than a damn sorority and fraternity. So I'm gonna get ready to end my Periscope video. I'm gonna do my Instagram. Then after I do my Instagram, do my Facebook Live. get ready to do now, I'm get ready to do my Instagram. Then after I do my Instagram, do my Facebook Live. So just give me just a brief moment. Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county ship. It's in the state of Tennessee. Today is early, Monday morning, September the 7th, 2020. The time, 6:12 a.m. First, I thank all my family support for your continued encouragement support. Anti-gang. The United States Department of Justice said anti-gang. When you say anti-gang in the United States Department of Justice, that's the whole federal government, because that's the Department of Justice. That includes the United States of America. That includes state, because the United States Department of Justice is representing all the states. Anti-gang. The Center for Disease Control preventing gang membership. All the women, all the men that work at the United States Department of Justice, they got way more education and they got way more knowledge than that damn sorority and fraternity. They be going around on the street and in the community negatively influencing the general public. See, you instigate and provoke other people. Now these are just a few of the free logo design websites. You go to make anti-gang logo. Now remember the word coercion, coerce, sexual coerce, psychological manipulation, psychological abuse. First, I always give thanks to God for all the blessings and the guidance that God provides always. Put God first, always. Always put God first. Now, I'm not going to be long on my Instagram. This weekend I had to work Saturday, so I couldn't do my video. But I just did my Periscope video and do my Instagram video. After I do my Instagram video, I'm doing my Facebook Live video. And so I'm going to continue to speak out. I'm going to continue to protest. I'm going to continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke. Mr. Sam Cooke, who was unjustly murdered by a field house nigga named Bertha Lee Franklin. And it was ruled a justifiable homicide by a bunch of criminals in this so-called coroner's inquest. Now let me say that the coroner, so-called coroner's inquest, the people at the time, 1964, the United States, you know, the period of time we're talking about, 1964, it was a different period of time in this country and well around the world. This nation was still trying to deal with racism, prejudice, and bias, and discrimination, and all that. People of sub-Saharan African descent, Niger Congo, been oppressed by people of European lineage, and this whole systemic racism stuff is one of the issues being presented in a court of law, in the civil and criminal court of law, and as well as ineffective assistant counsel, and some more issues. And in Mr. Sam Cooke's case, because these are valid issues, and you're supposed to raise these issues. You're supposed to be raised because that's what them criminals did, and you're supposed to bring them issues up. And so I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's autopsy, the coroner's inquest. That is the public knowledge, official court documents. It's public knowledge from Celebrity Archive for $25. Now, these are official court documents. See, verdict of the coroner's jury, the state of California. These are official court documents. The county of Los Angeles, in the matter of the inquisition upon the body of Sam Cooke, deceased, before the coroner of the county of Los Angeles. We, the jury, summoned to appear before the coroner of Los Angeles County in room 150, Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California, on the 16th day of December 18, 1964, to inquire into the cause of death of Sam Cooke. Having been duly sworn according to law and having made such inquisition hearing, the testimony dues upon our oath, each and all do say that we find that the deceased was named Sam Cooke, a male, married, native of Mississippi, aged by 33 years, and then he came to his death on the 11th day of December 1964, 9137, South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles County, California, and that this death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest, perforating the heart in both lungs with massive hemorrhage inflicted by a gun in the hands of Bertha Franklin at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, California, after the deceased had made forcible entry from the testimony introduced at this time. We find the death to be justified homicide committed by the said Bertha Franklin, protecting the life of property, all of which we duly certified by this inquisition right by us signed this 16th day of December 1964. Systemic racism. And also ineffective assistant counsel. Right there in front of you. And there will be some other issues. There'll be systemic racism, ineffective assistant counsel. Now, the evidence is overwhelming. This field house nigga, Bertha Lee Franklin, put a gun, a revolver, a 22 revolver, wrong 22 revolver, and shot and killed Mr. Sam Cooke. Mr. Sam Cooke, like it says, had a gunshot wound to both lungs and his heart. Now, use your common sense. This is not a shotgun shell. You can't hit both lungs and the heart with one bullet from the front or the back. We're not talking about a shotgun shell. We're talking about a revolver. Mr. Sam Cooke was shot and killed from his left side. From his left side. The bullet hit his left lung first, hit his heart, then hit his right lung. They recovered the bullet that killed Mr. Sam Cooke from his right side over here. They recovered the bullet. Then this stupid, dumb field house nigga, Bertha Lee Frank, shot 2 more bullets. You understand? And, like I say, Mr. Sam Cooke was shot and killed. With gunpowder residue. Mr. Sam Cooke, at the time of his death, he had a sports coat, sports jacket on. And there was gunpowder residue on the sports coat. There's evidence. Gunpowder residue. She was so close to Mr. Sam Cooke, she put the gun to his side. The barrel, the gun barrel went to his side. They pulled the trigger, shot and killed Mr. Sam. She was just that close. You understand? Put the barrel of the gun in his side and pulled the trigger. Gunpowder residue on his sports coat. That's first degree murder. There ain't no justifiable homicide. So you have to know the law, and based on the evidence, you don't just listen to what these people say. These people are criminals. Picture number 5, there were pictures taken. There were 7 pictures taken. Picture number 5 shows Mr. Sam Cooke's body, the position of his body. Mr. Sam Cooke got a gunshot wound on his left side. There'll be blood streaming down his left side. There's evidence. Mr. Sam Cooke was not standing at the time of his death. Mr. Sam Cooke was in that position when he was murdered. That's the position he was in. There ain't no justifiable homicide. That's first degree murder. Now I want to say capital murder, but you have to meet the criteria. There's a criteria for everything. in a court of law, civil law, criminal. You have to meet the criteria. You have to based on the evidence. I'm not gonna say it, you know. Let's see, this is victims' rights. This is victims' rights. You know, you don't just have to sit there and listen to the district attorney or to the, you know, we interact. The district attorney can be talking about law, but I can also talk about the law. Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook don't just have to sit there and listen to you going talking to her, and she just sit there and listen. Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook can also interact in the court proceedings. This is victims' right in the court proceedings. You can't charge, brother. You know, you can't say justifiable homicide. See, Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook had that right. The nieces and nephews had that right because they're the family. That's my uncle. Miss Sam Cook's sister and brother, those his sister and brother, those his nieces and nephews, they have a right. They are the victims. Sam Cook is my uncle. Linda and Tracy, who were little girls at the time, they have a right to be involved in the court proceedings because that's their father. Sam Cook, as well as all the children, the grandchildren, that's their granddad. You don't have to sit there and listen to them. You can pick up a book, and a law book, and you can read what's first degree murder, what's capital murder. Wait a minute, you can't. No. The law says this. The law says that. You know, ineffective assistant counsel, systemic racism. You understand? You can't do that. See, victim's rights. The victim has rights to be treated with dignity and respect. This Sam Cook. This Sam Cook. A man who had many accomplishments, a young man, 33 years old. 33 years old. With a wife and two beautiful little daughters at home. Had a mother and father, sister and brother, niece and nephew to be treated with dignity and respect. This Mr. Sam Cook. And his wife, Miss Barbara, at the time, his wife, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, she's still alive. That's my, at the time, that's my husband. Many people lied. And this is Linda Tracy. That's my dad. To be treated with dignity and respect. Sam Cook, my dad. Sam Cook is my uncle. To be treated with dignity and respect the victims' rights. All states. We're gonna go over. I'm just, just making it clear. See, when you hear me talking, victims' rights. victims' rights. Now this is, Wikipedia, and victims' rights. Pay attention. I want you to pay attention now. Are legal rights. Say that again. Victims' rights are legal rights afforded to victims of crime. These may include the right to restitution, the right to a victim's advocate, the right not to be excluded from criminal justice proceedings. Did you hear that? Criminal justice proceedings. And the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings. You don't just tell Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook what the jury said and then somebody, this 2022, but you're a damn lie. Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, Linda Trace, and the niece and the whole family, grandchildren have rights, victims' rights. The United States Crime Victims' Rights Movement in the United States found on the idea that during the late modern period, 1800 1970, the American justice strayed too far from its victim-centered or since the 1970 movement has worked to give victims a more meaningful role in criminal proceedings, aiming at the inclusion of the individual victim as legally recognizable participants with rights, interests, and voice. History of the colonial and revolutionary period in the United States criminal justice was victim-centric, in that crimes were often investigated and prosecuted by individual victims in the early 20th century. However, the focus shifted so that crime was seen primarily as a social harm. The criminal justice system came to be seen as a tool for remedying this social harm, rather than an avenue for redress of personal harm, and the role of the victim in criminal scene was drastically reduced. Pay attention. The modern crime, let me say this. When we talk about a case, when you be talking about your Miranda rights, you know that's a court case. The Miranda, that's a court case. That's what this is. Victims' rights is a court case. The modern crime victims' rights movement began in the 1970s. It began in part as a response to the 1973 United States Supreme Court decision in Linda R.S. versus Richard D. In Linda R.S., the court ruled that the complainant did not have a legal standing to keep the prosecutor's office from discriminating, applying a statute criminalizing non-payment of child support. In dicta, the court articulated the then prevailing view that a crime victim cannot compel a criminal prosecution because a private citizen lacks a judicially cognizable interest in the prosecution or non-prosecution of another. This ruling served as a high water mark and a shift away from the victim-centric approach to criminal justice, making it clear that the victims in the 1970s had no form of legal stand beyond that a witness or piece of evidence. However, if the Linda R.S. ruling was a clear representation of the problem victim excluded, it also hinted at a solution to the problem. Pay attention. The court stated that Congress could enact statutes creating victims' rights. The invasion which creates standing even though no injury would exist without the statute. With this statement, the court provided a legal foundation for victims' rights legislation. Along with these legal developments, there was a concurrent growth in social consciousness about victims' rights. This was due in part to the fact that concern for the fair treatment of victims provided a nexus between disparate but powerful social movements, the law and order movement, the civil rights movement, and the feminist movement, all challenging the criminal justice to think more carefully about the role of the victim in criminal proceedings. Supporters of these causes helped form the grassroots foundation of the modern victims' rights movement, providing educational resources and legal assistance, established the country's first hotlines and shelters for victims of crime. In 1982, President Ronald Reagan's Task Force on Victims of Crime released its final report with detailed concern of victims' rights, claiming that the innocent victims of crime have been overlooked, their pleas for justice have gone unheeded, and their wounds, personal, emotional, financial, have gone unattended. The report contains 68 recommendations for service providers and government officials, many of which are mandated through victim rights legislation today. The report included a recommendation for a victim rights amendment to the United States Constitution. In the decades that followed, proponents of the victims' rights experienced substantial legislative success. Today, The victims' rights movement continues to promote legislation that guarantees substantial rights for victims and provides procedural mechanisms to effectively enforce those rights. Victims' rights organizations also do ground level advocacy, providing individuals with legal guidance and support, and educate future legal professionals on issues related to victims' rights. Victims' rights, that's since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights. And pay attention. And all states have passed victims' rights legislation. All states. That same year, Congress passed the first piece of federal crime victims' rights legislation. The Victim and Witness Protection Act in 1984, the Victims of Crime Act was passed a decade later in 1994. The Violence Against Women Act became law in 2004. The landmark Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed, granting crime victims 8 specific rights and providing standard for individual victims to assert those rights in court. Federal law. Victims of Crime Act established the Crime Victims Fund, which awards grants to Crime Victim Compensation Program, Victim Notification System, and Victim Assistance Program. The fund is financed by offender fees. Crime Victims' Rights Act of 2004, part of the Justice for All Act 2004, enumerates the rights afforded to victims of federal crime cases. The Act grants victims the following rights: the right to protect from the accused, the right to notification, the right not to be excluded from proceedings, the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings, the right to consult with the prosecuting attorney, the right to restitution, the right to a proceeding free from unreasonable delay, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the victim's dignity and privacy. Excuse me. The Crime Victims' Rights Act was named for Scott Campbell, Stephanie Roper, Wendy Preston, Law Arnold Gillis, and Nyla Lynn, murder victims whose families were denied some or all other rights granted by the Act in the course of their cases. State law. All states have passed legislation that protects the rights of victims of crime. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke, civil and criminal. And most have passed constitutional amendments that afford protection to crime victims. Some state laws apply to only victims of felony offenses, while other states also extend rights to victims of less serious misdemeanor offenses when the victim is a minor, disabled, or deceased. Some states permit family members to exercise rights on behalf of the victim. Common state law protection include the right to be treated with dignity and respect, the right to be informed by the prosecution, plea of court proceedings, and sentencing. The right to make a statement in court at the time of sentence, the right to protection, the right to seek compensation from the state victims' rights fund, the right to restitution from the offender, the right to return of personal property, and the right to be informed of parole proceedings or release from incarceration, and the right to make a statement to the parole board, the right to enforcement of victim rights. Say that again. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Many prosecuting attorneys often have a victims' rights officer or multiple employees who assist victims of crime during and after a prosecution. A crime victim who is seeking compensation or restitution should submit a timely claim for compensation to the probation department or prosecuting attorney along with documentation to support the claim in order to ensure that the amounts are included in the restitution order when the offender is a U.S. Victims' Rights Organization, the National Crime Victim Law Institute, the National Alliance of Victims' Rights Attorneys, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, the National Center for Victims of Crime, RISE. Then you have people all over the world, nations all, now the United Nations. In 1985, the United Nations adopted the Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power, which outlines international best practice for treatment of crime victims. The report recognizes that offenders are obligated to make fair restitution to his or her victim, and acknowledges that victims are entitled to fair treatment and access to the mechanism of justice, and generally draws attention to the need for victims' rights. In the criminal justice process, other United Nations provisions that touch on victims' rights include: number 1, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights; number 2, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against against women. And number 3, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The International Criminal Covenant on Civil and Political Rights have been ratified by 172 nations, including the United States, Canada, Russia, and France. It includes the following provisions related to victim rights: rights to be protected from harm, which impose obligation on governments to have effective criminal justice, rights to be recognized by and treated equally before the law, a right of non-discrimination, rights to a remedy and to access to just due process rights. It's all around the world. It's worldwide. Victims' rights. It's going to be justice in the court of law, civil and criminal, for Mr. Sam Cooke. Don't even mention nobody no time. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. These are just a few of the free logo design websites you go to make anti-gang logo. You see, the United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. When the United States Department of Justice say anti-gang, the whole federal government say anti-gang. That applies to all states. This is the United States of America. The United States Department just say anti-gang. Ain't no such thing. Don't no damn sorority, no fraternity, have no say in talking about no damn constitution. Riding around no damn license plate. The United States Department just say anti-gang. The Office of Juvenile Justice Links Prevention, the comprehensive anti-gang, is a comprehensive gang model. The United States Department just say hazing is a crime. Anti-hate is a crime. See? You ain't doing nothing that's right. You wrong. You be lying. See, you instigate, you provoke other people by going around lying. The United States Department just say anti-gang. You're wrong. You're wrong. And see, the United Nations, the Declaration, the International Declaration on Human Rights, that literature is wrong. It's wrong. You be lying. You're wrong. Now what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna end my Instagram video and then do my Facebook Live. Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis, in the county of State of Tennessee. The date is early Monday morning, September the 7th, 2020, time 6:44 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support for your continued courage support. Anti-gang. Anti-gang. The United States Department of Justice. Anti-gang. The Center for Disease Control Preventing Gang Membership. The Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, Comprehensive Gang Model. The Comprehensive Anti-Gang Initiative, Comprehensive Gang Model. United States Department of Justice. Hazing is crime. Anti-haze. See? The great program. See all the women and men at the Department of Justice. They got way more education, way more knowledge than the sorority and fraternity. See, the sorority and fraternity, they go around instigating and provoking other people by lying. And then the United Nations, the International Declaration of Human Rights, their literature, they ain't nothing. That so-called gang, they ain't nothing. You be lying. These are just beautiful free logo design with a website you go to make anti-gang logo. Remember these words: coercion, sexual coercion, psychological manipulation, and psychological abuse. Now it's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. I'm going to continue to protest. I'm going to continue to speak out. I'm going to continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke, who was unjustly murdered by a field house nigga named Bertha Lee Franklin. And there were some criminals in the court in this coroner's inquest who called it a justifiable homicide. See, they're criminals. They're criminals. Systemic racism. You see this make chick who represented this Barbara Campbell Cook. See, ineffective assistant counsel. See, there's gonna be some more issues. See, victims' rights. Victims' rights. Victims' rights. Now, I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's the autopsy, the coroner's report, the inquest, Celebrity Archive, $25. It's public knowledge anyway. It's public knowledge. For $25 from Celebrity Archive. See, Mr. Sam Cooke was a businessman, saw records. See, you can't do that. See, victims' rights. Victims' rights. The verdict of the coroner's jury. Now these are official court documents. These are official court documents. The state of California. These are official court documents. The county lies in the matter of the inquisition upon the body of Sam Cooke deceased before the coroner of the county of Los Angeles. We, the jury, summoned to appear before the coroner of Los Angeles County in room 150 Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California, on the 16th day of December 18, 1964, to inquire into the cause of the death of Sam Cooke. Having been duly sworn according to law and having made such inquisition and hearing the testimony due upon our oath, each and all do say that we find that the deceased was not Sam Cooke, a male, married, native of Mississippi, aged about 33 years, and then he came to his death on the 11th day of December 1964 in 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles County, California, and that this death was caused by gunshot wound of chest, perforating the heart and both lungs with massive hemorrhage, inflicted by a gun in the hands of Bertha Frank in 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, California. After the deceased had made forcible entry and from the testimony introduced at this time, we find this death to be justified homicide committed by the said Bertha Frank in protection of life and property. All of which we do certify by this inquisition writing by us signed this 16th day of December 1964. Systemic racism. Ineffective assistance of counsel. Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook at the time, Mr. Sam Cooke's wife, was represented by Meg Chick. Ineffective assistance of counsel. Systemic racism. There's some more issues. Victims' rights. Mr. Sam Cooke, Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook. Victims' rights. Lyndon Tracy. Victims' rights. Nieces and nephews, victims' rights. All the children, all the grandchildren, victims' rights. Now, Mr. Sam Cooke was murdered. Now, based on the evidence, first degree murder. Now, I want to say capital murder, the criteria, the highest, level that you can charge somebody with. Now, I want, not based on emotions and feelings, but you have to have evidence. First degree murder. It's overwhelming evidence. It's clear. It ain't no if, ands, or buts, but it's first degree murder. First degree murder. Now, capital murder, the criteria, you have to go by, you understand the definition in California, definition of capital murder, death penalty. Now, there were pictures taken, the evidence, there were pictures taken of the crime scene. Picture number 5, Mr. Sam Cooke's body. Mr. Sam Cooke's body. Mr. Sam Cooke at the time of his death, he had a sports jacket, a sports coat on. He had gunpowder residue. This field house nigga, Bertha Lee Frank, was so close to Mr. Sam Cooke. She put the barrel of the gun, it was a revolver, a Roan 22 revolver, put the barrel of the gun to Mr. Sam Cooke's side and shot and killed Mr. Sam Cooke. His left side. Now common sense. Mr. Sam Cooke got a gunshot wound to both lungs and his heart. We're not talking about a shotgun shell. You can't hit both lungs and heart with one bullet. Mr. Sam Cooke hit from the left side. She put the barrel of the gun to Mr. Sam Cooke's left side and pulled the trigger and shot and killed Mr. Sam Cooke Then this stupid field house nigga had the nerve to shoot 2 more bullets. This first degree murder. Miss Sam Cooke was not standing. Miss Sam Cooke was on his knees. Picture number 5. Picture number 5. It showed the position Miss Sam Cooke. That's the position Miss Sam Cooke. Miss Sam Cooke was killed. They talking about it was a justified. It was first degree murder. First degree murder. Victims' rights. Victims' rights. Now let me read this. Now, victims' rights. Now we're on Wikipedia here. Victims' rights. Pay attention. Pay attention. It's very important. Pay attention to this. Victims' rights are legal rights. Say that again. Victims' rights are legal rights. Say that one more time. Victims' rights are legal rights afforded to victims of crime. These may include the right to restitution, the right to a victim advocate, the right not to be excluded from criminal justice proceedings, and the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings. The United States Crime Victims' Rights Movement in the United States is founded on the idea that during the late modern period, 1800 to 1970, the American justice system strayed too far from its victim-centered origin. Since the 1970 movement has worked to give victims a more meaningful role in criminal proceedings, aiming at the inclusion of the individual victim as a legally recognized participant rights, interests, and voice. This is a court case, just like your Miranda rights. Just like your Miranda rights. It's a court case. Miranda is a court case. Dealt with victim rights is a court case. During the colonial and revolution period, the United States criminal justice was victim-centered in that crime were often investigated and prosecuted by individual victims. In the 19th and early 20th century, however, the focus shifted so that crime was seen primarily as a social harm. The criminal justice system came to be seen as a tool for remedying this social harm rather than as an avenue for redress of personal harm, and the role of the victim criminal system was drastically reduced. The modern crime victims' rights movement began in the 1970s. It began in part as a response to the 1973 Supreme Court decision in Linda R.S. versus Richard D. In Linda R.S., the court ruled that the complainant did not have the legal standing to keep the prosecutor's office from discriminately applying a statute criminalized non-payment of child support. In dicta, the court articulated the then prevailing view that a crime victim cannot compel a criminal prosecutor because a private citizen lacks a judicially cognizable interest in the prosecution or non-prosecution of another. This ruling served as a high watermark in the shift away from the victim-centric approach to criminal justice, making it clear that victims in 19 had no formal legal status beyond that of a witness or piece of evidence. If the Linda R.S. rule was a clearest representation of the problem of victim exclusion, it also hinted at a solution to the problem. The court stated that Congress could enact statutes creating victims' rights, the invasion of which creates standard, even though no injury would exist without the statute. With this statement, the court provided a legal foundation for victims' rights legislation. Along with these legal developments, there was a concurrent growth in social consciousness about victims' rights. This was due in part to the fact that concern for the fair treatment of victims provided a nexus between disparate but powerful social movements, the law and order movement, the civil rights movement, and the feminist movement. All challenged the criminal justice to think more carefully about the role of the victim in criminal proceedings. Supporters of these causes helped form the grassroots foundation of the modern victims' rights movement, providing educational resources and legal assistance, and establishing the country's first hotlines and shelters for victims of crime. In 1982, President Ronald Reagan's Task Force on Victims of Crime released its final report which detailed the concern of victims' rights advocates, claiming that the innocent victims of crime have been overlooked, their pleas for justice have gone unheeded, and their wounds, personal, emotional, financial, have gone unattended. The report contains 68 recommendations for service providers and government officials, many of which are mandated through victims' rights legislation today. The report includes a recommendation for a victims' rights amendment to the United States Constitution. In the decades that followed, proponents of victims' rights experienced substantial legislative success. Today, the victims' rights movement continues to promote legislation that guarantees substantial rights for victims and provide the procedural mechanism to effectively enforce those rights. Victims' rights organizations also do ground-level advocacy, providing individuals with legal guidance and support and educate future legal professionals on issues related to victims' rights. Victims' rights legislation. Since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights. In all states, say it again, all states have passed victims' rights legislation. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke, civil and criminal. That same year, Congress passed the first piece of federal crime victims' rights legislation, the Victim and Witness Protection Act. In 1984, the Victims of Crime Act was passed. A decade later, in 1994, the Violence Against Women Act became law. In 2004, the landmark Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed, granting crime victims 8 specific rights and providing standing for individual victims to assert those rights in court. Federal law. The Victims of Crime Act. Victims of Crime Act established the Crime Victims Fund, which awards grants to Crime Victim Compensation Program, Victim Notification System, and Victim Assistance Program. The funds financed by offender fees. And then the Crime Victims' Rights Act of 2004. Part of the Just for All Act 2004 enumerates the rights afforded to victims of federal crime criminal case. The act grants victims the following rights: the right to protect from the accused, the right to notify, the right not to be excluded from proceedings, the right to speak in criminal justice proceedings, the right to consult with the prosecuting attorney, the right to restitute, the right to proceed free from unreasonable delay, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the victim's dignity and privacy. The Crime Victims' Rights Act is the name for Scott Campbell, Stephanie Roper, Wendy Preston, Luana Gillis, and Nyla Lynn, murder victims whose family were denied some or all of the rights granted by the act in the course of their case. State law. All states have passed legislation that protects the rights of victims of crime, and most have passed constitutional amendments that afford protection to crime victims. Some state laws apply to only victims of felony offense, while other states also extend rights to victims of less serious misdemeanor when a victim is a minor. is a minor disabled or deceased. Some states permit family members to exercise rights on behalf of the victim. Common state law protection include the right to be treated with dignity and respect. That's number one. The right to be informed about the prosecution, the plea offers, the court proceedings, and sentencing. The right to make a statement in the court at the time of sentencing, the right to protection, the right to seek compensation from a state victims' rights fund, the right to restitution from the offender, the right to return of personal property, and the right to be informed of parole proceedings or release from incarceration, and the right to make a statement to the parole board, the right to enforcement of victims' rights. Now, the right to return of personal property. Mr. Sam Cooke, businessman, SAR Records. How much money you owe Mr. Sam Cooke? How much money, you think you can murder Mr. Sam Cooke? Many prosecuting attorneys often have a victims' rights officer or multiple employees who assist victims of crime during and after prosecuting a crime victim with seeking compensation or restitution should submit a timely claim for compensation to the probation department or prosecuting attorney along with documentation to support the claim in order to ensure that the amounts are included in the restitution order when the defendant is sentenced. Now, the U.S. Victims' Rights Organizations, the National Crime Victim Law Institute, the National Alliance of Victims' Rights Attorneys, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, the National Center for Victims of Crime, RISE. Then, this is a worldwide, now the United Nations Declaration. In 1985, the United Nations adopted the Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power, which outlines international best practice for treatment of crime victims. The report recognizes an offender's obligated to make fair restitution to his or her victim, acknowledge that victims are entitled to fair treatment and access to the mechanism of justice, and generally draws attention to the need for victims' rights in a criminal justice process. Other United Nations provisions that touch on victims' rights include number 1, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, number 2, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination of Women, and number 3, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights has been ratified by 172 nations, including the United States, Canada, Russia, and France. It includes the following provisions related to victims' rights to be protected from harm, which impose obligation on governments to have effective criminal justice system, rights to be recognized by and treated equally before the law, the right of non-discrimination, rights to a remedy and to access to justice, due process rights. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke, civil and criminal. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke, civil criminal court. Now I know today is Labor Day here in the United States of America, so I hope everybody have a happy Labor Day. What time is it? Now this is a world map of all the people around the world. Now this is the Albanian language map. This is the Baltic language map. this is a Greek language map. And this is a Slavic language map. And this is the Altaic language map. This is the Euro-Altaic language map. And this is a Romanian language map. Now the Romanian language is a Latin Romance language. In Romania, in the Romanian language known as Wallachia. Now this is the map of the language of Africa. And this is the map of the language of Africa. And this is a map of the language of Africa. Now this is an Afro-Asiatic language distribution map. And this is the Afro-Asiatic language distribution map. And this is the Nilo-Saharan language distribution map. And this is the Nilo-Saharan language distribution map. This is a Niger-Congo language distribution map. And this is a Niger-Congo language distribution map. Now the title of the book is West African Traditional Religion. It was written by Dr. Joseph Omasei Malemo, Dr. P. Adalumo de Pemo. And the title of the book is African Traditional Religion Definition, written by Dr. E. Baloja Adomo. And the title of this book is African Religion and Philosophy, written by Dr. John S. M.B. And the title of the book is Concepts of God and Africa, written by Dr. John S. M.B. Webster's Third New International Dictionary gives the complete total definition and meaning of the word gang, the act, manner, or means of going. East Coast bitch, the so-called sorority and fraternity, going around trying to use some occult leaders to claim the whole damn East Coast of the United States of America, from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida. Then, you know what they do? They go all over the United States of America, U.S. territory, trying to use that occult literature to victimize each other as well as other people, and instigate and provoke other people with that occult literature. Going around calling themselves a gang and a mob, a gangster and a mobster. The United States Department of Justice anti-gang. Said anti-gang. The United States Department of Justice said Hayes lives a crime. Anti-Hayes. It's wrong. See, that was that blood gang, Crip gang, that Bloodstone, Ben Lives, all this stuff out there in California. You know, I said in California, that's where it came from. The sorority fraternity. Where it came from. See, a lot of these celebrity athletes and celebrity entertainers, they went to college and, you know, they joined or they became members of the sorority fraternity. Going around calling themselves a blood and a Crip. Going around calling themselves a Bloodstone, Ben and Limestone. See? That's where it came from. Call the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. Call the FBI. See, in these houses of worship, ain't none of them telling the truth, they all lying. The Catholic Church and all that particular church, they all lying. The Protestant Reformation Movement Church, 95 Eastern line, because that's the Catholic Church, and all that particular church. And then the American Restoration Movement, the Stone Camel Movement, the Churches of Christ, they lying. There's no such thing. They lying. Mr. Roy Return going around calling themselves Sister Burning Lad. They lying. Ain't no such thing. English dictionary gives the complete total definition meaning of the word gang. Action or motive going way past a set of things or person. And again, like I said, that the United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. Anti-gang. Hazing is a crime. Anti-haze. The so-called sorority return, they be lying. And that's how you instigate and provoke other people, by lying. A lot of these celebrity athletes, celebrity entertainers, that they be doing. They be lying. But see, like I said, a lot of these celebrity athletes, celebrity entertainers, they went to college. And they joined, they became members of the sorority and fraternity. And being affiliated with this sorority. See, they go around the community. You understand? And the general public. And they negatively influence the general public. Negatively influenced by lying. You instigate and provoke other people by lying. But see, they became members of the Blood Gang, the Crip Gang, the so-called Bloodstone, then the Limestone. They crumble. They crumble. You be seeing a lot of these NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, soccer, football, on the tennis court, entertainers on television, people on television, then local news and world news. These people are members of the sorority and fraternity. The people in business, the people in management, in businesses, companies, incorporating the people in management. When you go on your job, at work, the sorority and fraternity, they instigate and provoke other people. They lie. I'm a witness. I'm an eyewitness. See, I intentionally be out on the street. I intentionally be out on the street. See, there's other things I could have did years ago. See, this is what I mean. This is what it means when you intentionally see the other things I could have did. But see, I intentionally did things the way I did it because I ain't want to take that damn shit. Let's just be honest. I don't take it. I ain't finna let nobody lie. Not hell no. And here it is today. Anti-gang. What you did and what you be doing is wrong. What you did in the past, it was wrong. And what you doing today is wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. You was and is wrong. Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. You had a wrong opinion. The United States government acted the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970. And Title 9 of the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970 is the Racketeer Influence Organization. The RICO Act is anti-gang. That was way back in 1970. And before 1970, the U.S. government was already doing things against crime and against gangs. So it didn't just start in 1970. It had already started years ago, way back in Prohibition. And it was way back, early 1900s, 1800s. Now, the Comprehensive Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act of 1970, the Controlled Substance Act, the Psychotropic Substance Act, the Continuing Criminal Enterprise Act, Kingpin is all anti-gang. See, there again. See, when you hear all that goes to show that the U.S. government already been trying to do something about a lot of these things in the law. The Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention Act of 1974 established the Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention. Then you have other legislation. Then you have the Comprehensive Anti-Gang, that's the Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, and the Comprehensive Gang Law, that's the Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention. The Bureau of Justice, the Office of Justice Program, that's the United States Department of Justice. See, that's a roar in every turn. They be lying. You instigate, then you provoke other people. The Office of Justice Program, Bureau of Justice, the United States Department of Justice, Comprehensive Anti-Gang, that's the project, say neighborhood. The United States Department of Justice, Office of Community Police, the Comprehensive Anti-Gang, that's the Office of Juvenile Justice, and the next prevention, the United States Department of Justice, the Office of Justice Program, the Bureau of Justice, the International Narcotic Law Enforcement Affairs, the United States Department of State, the Institute for Intergovernmental Affairs, Gang Resistant Educator Training. That's the great program. The United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, the Office of Juvenile Justice, the Office of 2009 National Youth Gang Center, which has been funded by the Office of Juvenile Justice, the Institute in 1995 merged with the National Gang Center, which has been funded by the Bureau of Justice since 2003. The National Gang Center, Complex State Laws Against Gang Prevention, Opioid Research Program, Mr. Taxi Alcohol, Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice, Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, National Gang Center books, and the title of the book, History of Street Gangs in the United States. You can also go to Wikipedia, free reference. You'll find the same information if you type gangs in the United States. The United States Department of Justice, Office of the United States Attorney General, 1457, Criminal Street Gangs Act, 18 of the United States Code 521. The United States Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Gang Intelligence Center. The United States Department of Justice, Organized Crime and Gang Section. You got other federal, state, and local agencies. The United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, National Institute of Justice, Anti-Gang Strategy, Prevention, Intervention, Assistance, Suppression. The United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, National Institute of Justice. The United States Department of Health and Human Services, the Center for Disease Control, Prevention, National Center for Intervention and Control, change of course, preventing gang membership. The United States Department of Justice, the United States Department of Education, the United States Department of Health and Human Services, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, the United States Department of Labor, and the White House Office of National Drug Control by National Forum, Revised French Form. You go to u.gov, informed by the National Forum, Revised French Form, as well as the Comprehensive Gang, the Comprehensive Anti-Gang List, and the Comprehensive Gang Law. The United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice System, National Crime Prevention Count, keeping kids out of gang. The United States Department of Justice, Hazel's Crime. You go to lawyers.com for being informed by anti-hate. And the United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, National Institute of Justice, the United States Department of Health and Human Services, the Center for Disease Control, National Center for Intervention and Control, change the course, preventing gang membership, also striving to reduce youth violence everywhere. Now, street slang words like gang, cluster, and mob, cluster. You know, you can go to Merriam-Webster and the Internet, you go to Oxford English, get a complete total definition of meaning of the word gang, cluster, and mob, cluster. You got other street slang, boss, goon, thug, crook, hooligan, mac, player, pimp, whore, hustler, nigga, player, nigga, husband, and street slang. You got street slang for music. Hip hop, rock and roll, swing, groove, jazz, blues, funk, doo-wop, bebop, street slang. You got street slang for money, currency, exchange, bucks, rack, stack, band, bread, dope, scrap, loot, move, Benjamin David, and street slang. Ain't nothing official, ain't nothing right about no street slang. Now, the sorority and the fraternity. The sorority and fraternity. They be lying. Calling themselves sister, brother, and Latin. They be using that occult literature. They be using that occult literature. They use hazing in the initiation ritual. You know, hazing is a crime. The United States Department of Justice. Hazing is a crime. They criminals. The sorority fraternity, they criminals. They criminals. Now, the sorority fraternity, you know, they commit crime on and off the campus. They use and abuse tobacco products. They indulge in gambling, gangsters. They use and abuse alcohol and drugs. They indulge in immoral activities. They indulge in sexual deviance and pride. So don't be misled by the sorority fraternity. All those persons that initiate start the sorority, renounce them. Denounce the whole concept and idea of sorority fraternity. You know, the sorority fraternity, they work and they manage the businesses, companies, and the corporations. They use and misuse the background check. They commit crimes against humanity, trying to violate human rights, civil rights, inhumanity, genocide, ethnic cleansing, discrimination, and harassment. They pollute the air, groundwater, and noise pollution. They destroy the environment, nature, and wildlife. So don't be misled by the sorority fraternity. Now, the pre-13 colony history. Don't negate the pre-13 colony history. Now, Harvard University, the oldest institute of higher learning in the United States, founded March 13, 1639, Cambridge, Massachusetts. William Mayo College, Williamsburg, Virginia, founded February 8, 1693, the second oldest institute of higher learning in the United States of America. Phi Beta Kappa Society, founded December 5, 1776, the College of William Mary, recognized as the first great legislative society in North America. Alpha Delta Phi First Sorority, founded in 1851, Wesleyan College, Macon, Georgia. The first organization to allow for the World Sorority was the Gamma Phi Beta. Established on November 11, 1874, at Syracuse University, Syracuse, New York. The first women's fraternity was at DuPont College, 18-something. Now, the basis of the sorority fraternity is them old world secret society. For example, from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, for example, the Freemason, the Eastern Star, talking about youth and mathematicians in the Adjourn E, 13, 9, 14, 25 minutes in the Hollywood manuscript, Reed Point, Cook manuscript, Downing manuscript. Now, examples on them old world secret society from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, Skull and Bone, Rosicrucian, Sun, Limb, Other Side, Proud Side, Order of Temple, Knights of the Golden Eagle Book, the ancient Arab Order of Nose and Mishra, the Improved Order of Red, Peel Susan, the Eastern Star of Freemason, the Elks, the Lower Order of Moose, Bilderberg Group, the Ku Klux Klan, Knights of the Thigh, Knights, Columbus, Illuminati, Far Side, Hermetic Order of the Gold Dog, the Mystic Order of the Apostle and Chain Around, the United Order of the Golden Cross, United Ancient Order of Druid, National Bank, Ancient Order of Hermetic, Obadiah, the Knights Temple, the Scottish Rite. The Spanish Guardian, the Carbonarian, the Black Hand, the State Mafia, the Afro-Asiatic, the Costa Nostra, the Latin, the Triad, the Yakuza, the Osiro. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, No Rights, Frontline Defender, Human Rights Right Frontier, the International Center for Human Rights. The Conservation, International Wildlife Conservation Society, Conservation Fund, the Legal Conservation Board, Earth Watch Institute, Conservative Association, Earth Justice, Conservation Volunteer, Wildlife Conservation Network, Endangered Wildlife Trust, Biodiversity Nature Conservative Association, Rare Species Conservation Center, the Wildlife Research Conservation Trust, the Rainforest Trust, the International Rainforest Conservation Organization, Rainforest Line, Rainforest Action Network, Biodiversity International, Earth Day Network, Environmental Defense Fund, Friends of the Earth, Friends of Nature, Greenpeace, the Nature Conserve, Wildlife Conservation Society, Soil and Water Conservation, Clean Water Act, World Water Council, Marine Conservation Institute, Marine Conservation Alliance, Ocean President Society, Ocean Society, Global Ocean Commission, the International Marine Life Alliance. The International Bill of Human Rights. The Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. The Declaration of the Rights of the Child. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. The world's oldest human rights organization, Anti-Slavery International. The International Federation for Human Rights. The world's oldest international space organization, BrightShine International. Flora International was the world's first international wildlife conservation organization. The world's oldest global environmental organization, International Union for Conservation of Nature, and also the World Wildlife Fund. Now this is a list of plate names of Native American origin in the United States. For example, state name: Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Connecticut, Idaho, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, New Mexico, North, South Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Then scroll all the way down at the bottom where it says see all, you'll see a list of plate names building the order in America. Piracy. And the pirates, that's that occult literature. The United States Department of Justice, the Office of Juvenile Justice, the Prevent the Bureau of Justice, the National Games on the Bulletin, Title Bulletin, History Street Games, United States, written by Mr. Jackson and Mr. John P. Moore. Now, you can go to the quick reference, Wikipedia, and you can find the same information be titled gangs in the United States. You know the Catholic Church is lying. The Catholic Church, all that particular church, they lying. They were started by with all that occult literature. The people who did it, they were lying. Protestant Reformation Movement Church and 95 Thesis Church, and the Catholic Church and all that particular church. They all lying. They be using that occult literature. The Miracle Restoration Movement, the Stone Camel Movement, the Churches of Christ, they lying. They be using that occult literature. Stone and Camel talking about the secret handshake. They lying. They be using that occult literature. Saul from Tarsus, the self-proclaimed Apostle Paul. He don't lie, murdering devil. He wrote all those epistles in the Holy Bible in the New Testament. He lied. You see, the man-made religious organization, they use those epistles that Saul from Tarsus, self-proclaimed Apostle Paul wrote. For example, Romans 6, chapter 16, verse 6. Salute one another in the Holy Spirit, the church, with the suffix ES of Christ salute. Another example, 2 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 4, so that we ourselves glory in the church with the suffix ES of God for your patient faith and all your persecuted truth that they be in them. Devil worship, Satanism. There's no such thing as religious persecution. You can't take the word devil and say not the Holy Bible. It's a violation of human rights. It's religious persecution. Now, the sorority of the fraternity, the alumni, that's a cult. Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, Hermetism, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Rosicrucianism, the Freemason, the Eastern Star, Age of Light, Spiritualism, Kabbalah, Occult, Arcane, Mycocarmichael, Exoteric. Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, Hermetism, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Rosicrucianism, Freemasonry, Eastern Star, Angel of Light, Spiritualism, Kabbalah. arcane, occult, microcosm, macrocosm, exoteric, Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, hermetism, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Rosicrucian, Freemason, Eastern Star, Angel Enlightenment, spiritualism, Kabbalah, occult, arcane, and microcosm, exoteric. That's that occult literature. When you be talking about the piracy and the piracy, slavery, slaves, gang and mob, and then when you get into all this stuff about the economy, like capitalism, socialism, communism, Marxism. See? And then when all that stuff about the Catholic Church and all that particular church, all these Protestant Reformation movement, church in 95 these churches, and all this American Restoration movement, the Stone County movement, the Church of Christ. That's what that occult is. That's what that occult is did. That's where it came from. That's where it came from. Occultism, arcane, esoteric, spiritualism, theosophy, anthroposophy, hermetic order of the golden dawn, new age. Then you got all these occult science and occult qualities. Occult. You see the word arcane, esoteric, spiritualism, theosophy, anthroposophy, hermetic order of the golden dawn, new age. Occult, arcane, esoteric, spiritualism, theosophy, anthroposophy, hermetic order of the golden dawn, new age. See, call the FBI. See, when you hear all that, the Federal Bureau investigate, they want to hear from it. Because they know them celebrity athletes, celebrity entertainers, the sororities and fraternities. They know. Call the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. See, a lot of these people in businesses, companies, and corporations that went to college in management. Mainly it'd be the people in management. The people that, the white collar, not the blue collar, the white collar, the ones that went to college, the ones that's in the sorority fraternity. See, call the Federal Bureau of Investigation. continue to study the first century. Well, first of all, Jesus Christ, he was born, he lived, crucified, resurrected, rose to heaven. Person, the church that he established, the first century. Now, we're going to continue to study ancient people in the Bible. The Amorites, they were Afro-Asiatic. The Amalekites, supposed descendants of Esau. The Egyptians, Afro-Asiatic. Kenites. They were nomadic tribe in the ancient Levant. Moses' father-in-law was a Kenite. Canaanites, ancient people. Kenizzite, ancient people. Jupiter, father of the Israelite Unification, is called a Kenizzite. The Hittites, Indo-European, Perizzites, ancient people. Rephaim or Rephaite, they were called Zamzummim, Emil. They were ancient people, considered to be giants. Canaanites, Canaan, son of Ham, grandson of Noah. Canaanite, ethnic catch-all term, covered bearing indigenous population both settled in nomadic pastoral groups throughout the southern Levant and Canaan. The Gergesites, they were descendants of Canaan. Jebusites, Jebus, the Hittites, the Horites, the Arameans, the Philistines. They're not Afro-Asiatic, and it has not been determined that the Philistines were Indo-European. And then the Moabites, Afro-Asiatic, Midianites, Afro-Asiatic, the Ammonites, Afro-Asiatic. See, that occult literature. See, then we want to make sure we can go to God's word. And we're in the Holy Bible. We're in the Old Testament, the 5 books of Moses. We're in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 18. And we're going to start reading. We're going to start reading verse number 9. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirit, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God. For these nations which thou shalt possess hearken unto observers of times and unto diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy God hath not suffered thee to do so. The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren like unto me. Unto him ye shall hearken, according to all that thou desirest of the Lord thy God, in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire and more, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren like unto thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. See, all that occult literature, God already told you it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. And that was Deuteronomy chapter 18. Start reading verse number 9. Now, let's go to the Holy Bible again. We'll go to the 10 Commandments. We're going to go to the 10 Commandments of the Holy Bible, the Old Testament, the 5 books of Moses, the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verses 1 through 17, the 10 Commandments. See, that occult literature is wrong. It's wrong. And God spake all these words saying, I am the Lord, thy God. It's wrong. You don't listen to man. You listen to God. That's the end of the conversation. That's the end of it. Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other God before. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord, thy God, am a jealous God, being the iniquity of the father upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and show mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my command. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that take his name in vain. Remember the 7th day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gate. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rest the 7th. Wherefore the Lord blessed the 7th day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is in thy neighbor's. It's wrong. God told you 5 times in the 10th commandment, I am the Lord thy God. It's wrong. That occult literature is wrong. The greatest commandment in the law. The greatest commandment in the law. You can go to the book of Matthew, chapter 22, verses 35 through 40. You can go to the book of Mark, chapter 12, verses 28 through 31. The book of Luke, chapter 10, verses 25 through 28. The greatest commandment in the law. And we're gonna go to the book of Matthew, chapter 22, verse 35 before any read. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him and saying, Master, which is the great commandment in the law? And Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God. You don't have no choice. You don't have no decision in the matter. You don't listen to man, you listen to God. With all thy heart. What does that mean? What do that mean? To love the Lord thy God. Well, see, when you turn to the Old Testament, the God of the Old Testament, that's the God of the New Testament. The Holy Ghost, the Comforter, the Holy Spirit. And with all thy soul. See, you don't just live your life as if there's not life after the physical death. See, God's word tell you in the Old Testament, New Testament, there's a life after this physical death, after this physical life is your soul. So you live your life in the physical as you will, as you will live your life in the non-physical by being obedient to God's word. And with all thy mind. And with all thy mind. What that mean? Well, what's the day? What day? Monday. More Labor Day. A lot of people off work today, including me. I'm off today. Then you're gonna get back up and go to work tomorrow. You're gonna be in a rush. Get to work. You're gonna be in a rush. You know, I had this experience the other day. Road rage. Road rage. You're gonna be on your way to work. Somebody jump in front of you. Driving down the street. Somebody jump in front of you. You cuss them out. What about the person who cut me off? Same thing. You driving down the street, cutting people off, jumping in front of other people, running red lights. Had plenty of time to go to work. But no, what you do, you call yourself leave late. Driving like a fool down the street. Putting yourself and other people at risk. You don't care about your life. You don't care about nobody else's life. See, you don't need to think about Jesus when you drive. See, that's the problem. See, that's the issue that you have. See, in your everyday life, God not in your everyday life. That's the reason why you don't love God for all your mind. And that leads to other things. And this is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. That a color is wrong. It's wrong. They're saying the same thing. That their culture is wrong. It's wrong. be going around talking about Christians. It's wrong. That's an insult. It was wrong. Now what we're going to do is let's go to the Holy Bible. We're going to the Holy Bible, the book of Acts, chapter 13, verse number 10. John Mark went back to Jerusalem. That's my mistake. Acts chapter 13, verse 13 screen. It was now when Paul and his company loosed from Paphos, they came to Perga in Pamphylia, and John, departing from them, returned to Jerusalem. That's the book of Acts, chapter 13, verse 13. John went back to Jerusalem. Acts chapter 13, verse number 13. Read that again. Now when Paul and his company loosed from Paphos, they came to Perga and Pamphylia, and John, departing from them, returned to Jerusalem. So again, that's Acts chapter 13, verse number 13. John, departing from them, went back to Jerusalem. He went and told. He went and told. And then Acts chapter 15, verse number 2, had to come back to Jerusalem. So now, before I end my video, I'm gonna say this: it's gonna be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. It's got to be justice. That's not right. You see, the law is there. Victims' rights. It's gonna be justice for Mr. Sam. It was first-degree murder. It's public knowledge. These are official court papers. It's official. These are official court papers. The Criminal Court of Appeals, the State Supreme Court, as well as all federal courts. These are official court papers. It's official court papers. It's wrong what they done in 1964, and it's wrong today. It's still wrong. It's got to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. It's wrong. And the law is there. The victim's rights. The victims have rights. These are just a few logo design was anything go to the anti-gang logo. The United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. The United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. I'm getting ready to end today's video. Again, my name is Eric B. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. I live right here in Cinnamon, in the county Shelby, in the state of Tennessee. Thank all my family, my support for your continued support. It's wrong. There's no such thing. The United Nations, the Declaration, the Bill of Human Rights, the International Bill of Human Rights, that are called letters is wrong. It's wrong. The Holy Bible is wrong. We read it. And also, I know a slight mistake on Acts chapter 13, verse 13. John Mark went back to Jerusalem. And Christian stuff is wrong. It's wrong. That's the occult literature. When you say Christian, that is that occult literature. It's wrong. That's who did it, the occultists. It's wrong. It's going to be justice for Miss Sam Cooke. Victims' rights. SAW Records. Victims' rights. Until next time, take care of yourself. Wish each and every one of you very best. And be safe. This is Labor Day.